we go. I'd like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The following board members are in attendance: Tracy Miller, Catherine Sells, Dr. Buddy Bonner, Christy Hassett, Jenny Prosnick, Sheila Taylor. Ms. Lasan is ill this evening. We'll now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 129. The time is 6 p.m. All right, we'll now reconvene into open session. The time is 6:59 p.m. Let's give it 30 seconds to make sure it's 7. Sorry. We'll now reconvene into open session. The time is 7 p.m. Before we begin working through our agenda for this evening, you may have noticed a lot of blue in the room tonight, as many of us are wearing our kindness T-shirts. In 2018, students from all 5 LISD high schools, Flower Mound, Hebron, Lewisville, Marcus, and the Colony, were determined to make kindness cool. That's where it all began. Today, hashtag LISDBeKind continues to play an important role in the district. For the 2022-23 school year, the At LISDBeKind initiative will again be a district-wide collaborative effort. The 5th Annual Kindness Week is set for September 12th through September 16th, 2022. Each LISD campus will have a student kindness ambassador and a staff kindness liaison. Follow along with at LISDBeKind on Twitter to keep up with the hashtag LISDBeKind movement as our students show others the positive change they can create together. Do we have someone leading the pledge?
The 2 second graders.
Okay. If little Faith and Abigail Bearden would come up, we're going to do the pledges.
Of the United States of America.
Faith and Abigail, thank you. Would your parents would like to recognize your parents as well?
In Lewisville ISD, our parent teacher
Welcome to all. The Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees meets monthly to receive reports from staff and take action on recommendations from the superintendent. The board receives the agenda and all supporting document 10 days in advance of these regular meetings, which allows us to ask and receive answers to many of our questions. The board also meets in regularly scheduled workshops and work sessions where staff discussion and presentations are given for many of the agenda items. This protocol means lengthy discussions or a litany of questions on every agenda item is often not necessary. And as a board, we should have appropriate knowledge and preparation for responses regarding the content of our meeting tonight. Furthermore, we ask that those in attendance conduct themselves respectfully at all times during this meeting. Any outbursts or disruptive behaviors may result in your removal from the board meeting. Do I have a consideration and action of items discussion in closed session? I have a motion. Rosnick?
In regard to TEA docket number 153-SC0222, SOA docket number 701-221779, I move that the board approve the proposed settlement agreement as discussed in executive session.
Second. Ms. Hassett? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Is aye? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Personnel recommendations. Would someone like to make a motion? Hassett?
I move that the board approve termination of Chapter 21 employment contract of Sherbeth Casaro.
I have a second. Dr. Bonner, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Consideration and possible action regarding abandonment of contract by Alexandria Maliaros. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board find good cause exists to show contract abandonment as defined by the Texas Education Code and the Texas Administrative Code by Alexandria Maliaros, and I move that administration be permitted to file a complaint of contract abandonment and notify the State Board for Educator Certification of Teacher Contract Abandonment.
Ms. Taylor, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. Chief Communications Officer Amanda Brim will now share with us this month's recognition and student spotlight.
In Lewisville ISD, our parent-teacher associations are committed to supporting our students, teachers, and schools. Organizations like these are what ensure our students have valuable learning experiences, and the district is happy to recognize our PTAs at Heritage and Southridge Elementaries, Huffines and McCamey Middle Schools, and Marcus High School for all being named a National PTA School of Excellence. Congratulations to these outstanding PTAs. LISD appreciates your continued support of our students, teachers, and schools.
Oh, it is on. All right. I am Stephanie Gore. I am the principal at Huffines Middle School here in Lewisville. And this is my awesome board. Both past and present members are here tonight. I have Miss Sarah Hicks, who is our current secretary. I have Nicole Williams, who is our former parliamentarian. Miss Stephanie Nibbs, who is our current VP of fundraising and former president. And Miss Sheila Taylor, who is our former treasurer and communications director.
They're not shy. I don't know why they're shy tonight. My name is Kelly Knight. I'm the principal at McCamey Middle School, and this is some of my awesome PTA. Our president, Carrie Mays, Laura and our other two PTA board members, Laura Balu and Shripal Patel. Very proud of our.
Hello, I'm Ivana Ullman, principal of Southridge Elementary, and I would like to introduce a couple of our board members. So there's Missy Faulkner, former treasurer, former president, and volunteer extraordinaire. And this is our new PTA president, Andrew Schuff.
No one left.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Toby Maxson, principal at Heritage, and we have a great turnout tonight. We have our former PTA president, Miss Penny Davis, and current PTA president, Lauren Jones, and VP of Programs, Ms. Courtney Houghton. And the rest of this awesome group is our staff and teachers at Heritage Elementary.
Okay. Well, my name is Will Skelton. I'm the principal at Marcus High School, and on behalf of myself and Mrs. True, principal at Marcus 9, I'd like to introduce you to our PTSA officers. We have Michelle Hernandez, president. We have Tiffany Wiseman over programs, Nikki Henry over communications, Lindsay Rome, secretary, and Christy Dolschel, treasurer. Thank you.
Okay, persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out Dr. Rapp, Superintendent Report.
All right, thank you, President Miller. Just this evening, of course, we want to do the RAP rundown as we do every single month and just have a few highlights that I'm excited to share with everyone. First of all, we've talked a lot about the 3 C's in Lewisville ISD, which of course is in community engagement is culture, connection, and communications. I'm going to start first with a few highlights just about connection. Our LISD enrollment is around 48,858. We're very proud of that number. We had a great start to the school year. I love these pictures of these faces because the last time we were here over a month ago, it was just right before the first day of school was about to happen. We're so thankful to our students, our staff, and our families for the great start to the year. And I also want to say, of course, a special thank you and a continued thank you to our police and our local law enforcement partners who not only have assisted us with back to school days, but work with us each and every day. And we've implemented our elementary rover program this school year, and we're so thankful to our cities for all the work that they've done to get that off the ground. And then something fun regarding connection that I have started doing is going around to the schools on the weekends and writing thank yous to teachers on their whiteboards. And I was able to get a couple of schools in this weekend, Etheridge and Lakeview, as we started Kindness Week. And I just think that one of the things that's most important for us to do right now is lift up our teachers and our staff and all the work that they do every day to take care of our kids. And this is just one small way that I'm finding to make a difference. And so far, staff has really enjoyed it, and I've appreciated the notes that they've put out on social media too, just telling me thank you back. But most importantly, it's just one small way to thank a staff member for what they're doing, and I look forward to continuing to spreading more joy and kindness as we go throughout this school year. One of the things that I talked with you all about, and of course I talked at the feeder pattern pep rallies, is we would be starting this year new connection groups in the form of brand ambassadors and key communicators. And so we're in the process of working with our campuses and our departments to get names for those groups. Brand ambassadors is our internal group, and key communicators, of course, is our external group. I've got my brand new high school student advisory group meeting this week, and so I'm excited to see them for the first time. And as I had committed to you all as well, we will be starting an elementary and middle school student advisory group. We're collecting membership for that, and our first meeting is scheduled for October. Some of the connections with staff that I talked about at the start of the school year, I'm going to be doing lunch with Lori, and so we're going to have that at 22 different campuses, myself and some leadership team members going to listen to our staff at our schools and hear about how things are going for them and have an informal time of conversation and just lunch together and providing them with a meal. And then Qualtrics is our new system that we're using to get quick pulse checks from our staff. I've committed to our staff that we will listen to them more frequently and get their feedback about our 3 C's, and our first pulse check went out today. So in regard to communication, of course, you all just recently, at the end of August, passed the 22-23 budget. I appreciate all of the work that you all started way back in February in order to pass that budget, which, of course, prioritized funding for safety, staff compensation, and addressing the needs of our kids. And most importantly, we also put out an editorial about that that's out on the internet, and we push that out on social media. I encourage people to read what we wrote about the budget. and the advocacy that we need as we plan on sending almost $54 million of our budget next school year back to the state of Texas. Another important communication opportunity that I want to highlight is the candidate forum that we're planning with the Legislative Board Committee and with all of you. That will be Thursday, September 29th. We're going to host that at the LHS Stuver Auditorium, and I hope people will be on the lookout for more opportunities to learn about coming to that at 6 p.m. on that evening to hear from our people running for state offices. My newsletters in the month of August, just to give you a quick update regarding that communication, my August open rate was 62%. The top clicks were safety and security, COVID information, and our new Recognize Someone approach that I'll talk about in a minute. And then my community newsletter, that open rate was 65%. The top clicks included the first day of school video, the August board meeting recap, our information about joining LISD for a career, and our calendars. So when it comes to culture, that third C, just a quick glance of some great stories that are out on the internet for people to see. Our LEF grants were awarded. I see Dr. White in the audience over there. We had a very exciting day of awarding teacher grants totaling $100,000. We have great work happening in our special ed department with our Project Search program that's providing career opportunities to our special education students. Our Auto Tech program at Tech East is getting additional help with our partnership with Toyota. And again, we have more stories happening all the time that you can find on LISD.net highlighting our students and staff. We know that yesterday, Sunday, September 11th, was Patriot Day, and our campuses have, in a variety of ways, remembered the lives of those who were lost and honor our first responders. And myself and leadership team were honored to be asked to join a special workout this morning at the Colony High School where over 145 students, 10 firefighters from the Colony, 12 police officers from the Colony conducted different workouts that honored the lives that were lost on that day and honored our first responders. And we also had Lewisville High School, as an example, have an annual remembrance ceremony where first responders attended, and we're very thankful to our campuses for the ways that they have recognized that day and the lives that were lost on that day, and let the families know you are never forgotten. We also opened a kindness store at DeLay Middle School. Several of us were there for that opening of Harvey's Haven. We look forward to serving our families at DeLay Middle School with this great store that has many food and product items to support the families at DeLay Middle School. We are so appreciative for the partnerships with that grant that's allowing for that work. And then since we all last convened, Lewisville ISD was ranked #1 for school districts in the DFW area on the Forbes Top Places to Work list. That deserves a huge round of applause. There are only 3 school districts on that list in the state of Texas. We're very proud to be in the top 20. We're proud of our staff, and I'm so proud of what we do here every day, and we look forward to continuing to move up on that very important list. And so finally, I'll close with this important way that we are working to celebrate staff. We have kicked off our Recognize Someone campaign. Ultimately, we already got 50-plus submissions. The submission form will be included in both my family newsletter and my staff newsletter, and people can recognize anyone in our school district, students, staff, for going above and beyond, and we will spread those recognitions, and we look forward to sending out our first round of cards based on those submissions that we received. And then we also are looking to build ways for our staff to connect with one another across the school district. And so we'll be having new events for them to have special ways to just enjoy one another and to continue to develop that family feel that makes LISD home for so many. And that is my update for this month.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. Next thing is for board committee updates. This is a new item for us. So we will, the board really has one standing committee, which is the audit committee, which we established via policy maybe 3 years ago. So I'll let Ms. Hassett talk about that, and then we're going to go around, and everybody that is the chair of a committee will kind of give an update on where we're at.
Just a simple update. We've just recently had a co-curricular review at the work session. The student services will be coming in October, November, for the board. And then if approved, this meeting will have the next year's audit selection on consent. So if anybody has questions, we have the board spreadsheet of the items, and I'll make sure with Dr. Rapp that it's as current as possible on the items that we have for each of the audits to see what is being completed and what is still left out as pending items. So, any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hassett. Yeah, we will do the next one in October or November. We're going to try and do it in October, depending on the staff work, but that will be the plan. And then that committee transitions to a change in the committee assignments to kind of rotate it. Ms. Prosnett will take it from there, and they will be actually looking at facilities and transportation, if I got it right.
If approved tonight.
If approved tonight, those are the things that we've gotten bids on and are considering. The governance committee, Ms. Lasan is not here. Does anybody want to give an update on that or have an update? Who's on that committee? Okay. Superintendent Tools, Dr. Bonner?
Yes, Mr. Miller, thank you. For the superintendent evaluation, Ms. Sells and Ms. Prosnick and I have met over the course of several months, actually, and we are concluding it. Dr. Fitzhugh has been so helpful in finalizing that document so that we can bring it to the board in October for approval and implementation over the course of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. We do have a naming committee. I think we have no names in front of us at this point. So,
We do not, and so there has not been a need for us to meet.
okay, great. Thank you. The last two committees are the Legislative Committee and the Strategic Planning Committee. I chair those. Both Dr. Bonner and Ms. Hassett are on those. From a legislative committee, the entire board has a chance to provide input into the legislative committee or to the agenda. We are essentially just kind of facilitating a process that we're going to go through all the way to Sunny Die when the session is over. So we're going to continue to work that as liaisons for the board and bring the board into that. We have our legislative agenda. We read that into the record as a draft last week. We have that in tonight's meeting as well. And so you can see the legislative agenda around the four cornerstones, what is important to us and what our ask is of the legislature. In addition to that, we have been facilitating, as Dr. Rapp mentioned, a candidate forum, which will be September 29th at LHS, run by the North Texas Commission, DF Dallas-Fort Worth, and sponsored by the Flower Mound, Lewisville, MetroCrest, and Colony Chambers. That should go up. I know some have been asking for information about that. That should go up here pretty soon. I know there's a video coming out as well, so we'll have that published. But it is going to be at LHS at 6 p.m. I encourage everybody to be there. The primary focus is really going to be the House races. So you'd be at 63, 65, and 57, I believe, are the key ones for that are not unopposed. We'll continue to look at what bills we should influence, what's going on in the legislature as we get to the election. It's really important, as you'll see in the video from me later this week, that people get out and vote. This is a very important election at a state level and on a state or for a local level for our House and Senate districts, but also on a statewide level. So get out and vote on your values. The Strategic Planning Committee, most people know a number of years ago we came up with this back here. We had our priorities. We thought with a new superintendent and kind of things changing in our community, it's a great opportunity to engage in a process similar to that again, maybe not as deep and as extensive, but certainly material. So the three of us and Dr. Rapp are on that committee, along with Ms. Brim and Mr. Colbeck. And those are communications and IT are two very important parts of that. So we are engaging Dr. Rue, who helped in our search. She was the superintendent of Northwest ISD and has worked on a lot of strategic planning since her retirement. And so we're engaged and done a lot of classes for future superintendents at SMU and UNT. So we're engaging her into the process to help facilitate that. I think our first meeting with her is in October, and that, of course, will be an agenda that's published as well. That's where we're at on the committees. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add? Any questions, Dr. Rapp? Okay. All right. Here we go. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out, must fill out a speaker's card. No LISD resident, parent, or employee presentation shall exceed 3 minutes. Non-residents, non-LISD residents shall be provided 1 minute for presentation prior to the conclusion of the meeting. The board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda. First speaker, Janet Kinney, ABM team. If you'd get up and give your name and address, please.
Good evening. President Miller, Dr. Rapp, and members of the board. We're delighted to be here today. I'm Janet Kinney, and our address is here locally, our ABM office here. And I have with me is it on? Bring it up a little. Is that better? Okay. So I have with me here Mike Case and Mac Owika. I know that many of you are familiar with them. We are fortunate to be your custodial provider, and we're beginning our 7th year here with you, and delighted to partner with you and want to support LISD much in the way that you've supported us. So we have an opportunity to make a donation. Got 2 checks here. One is $50,000 going to LEF, and the other is $50,000 going to the education fund, the general fund. So just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate being your partner and being part of the great success story that LISD is. Thank you.
By the way, speaking of LAF, Dr. White, the board, I did commit the board to a dinner this year. We haven't done that in a few years. You remember when we did this last. So we'll be auctioning that board dinner off. Ms. Sheffield contacted me. I think we're looking for a chef. So if anybody's an actually certified chef, feel free to volunteer. Let me also say that each speaker will receive a written follow-up from the district in the next 3 business days. The board and district administration values the feedback shared during this time of the meeting, and we are grateful for the continued partnership between LISD and the families and communities we serve. Jennifer Santillion, would you get up and give your name and address, please?
Hello, my name is Jennifer Santhian. Address, you said? Name and address? 1107 Heather Lane. That's in Carrollton. There you go. Okay. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Rapp. I'm an involved parent of 2 children in Lewisville ISD and have been a member of this community for about 14 years. I truly love this community and find it important that this district serves everyone that is a part of it. As you know, LISD serves about 13 different communities, yet the diversity among students is still not equitably represented at the leadership and or board level. This could be the reason for low-performing communities and disparities in services provided. When our board members don't equitably represent the communities they serve, the question remains about who is advocating for these particular students. This is why we're really doing a disservice for our students with an at-large district, but hoping one day that changes. Unfortunately, the data tells a similar story. When will our district begin to respond to data? Did you know that most of the C campuses are in Lewisville and the Colony? Did you know that these campuses are predominantly Hispanic and African American? Why is that? More importantly, why is there a 30-point academic gap between high schools that are 4 miles apart? If we don't want to talk about STAR, let's look at career and college readiness, which also shows data that is at least a 32-point gap between these 2 schools. And college and career readiness is not just STAR, it's truly a holistic picture about college and career opportunities. This is more than STAR, and it's about equitable opportunities. Economic factors aren't an excuse. There will always be barriers, but where you live in LISD should not be one. The concern is that our district, it seems and it appears that we're not responding to data. And I'm not just talking about academic achievement data. An example is last year, and I'm sure you've heard many of us parents speak about COVID and our concerns about protocols. Medical professionals were dismissed, and so were parents. But what was interesting was when there was advocacy for that SEL Rhythm app, it felt and it appeared that those parents were responded to, because what we noticed was that that app was removed. And so I think that's a huge risk considering what has happened in Uvalde. And I truly appreciate what you guys have done with making sure our campuses are safe, but we cannot risk mental health. So I just ask that you reconsider that. And if you're going to remove something, at least have something in place so we can check in on how our students are feeling. So just as you reminded us that masks were optional, you can remind those parents that they can opt out of anything that makes them uncomfortable. I would love to know what action items the district has in place to address these inequities. I would love to know what app is in place to check in on kids and identify supports for students that are struggling mentally. Without something in place, our students and staff is more at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I know that Dr. Rapp and you are going to get together and talk about some of these items, so we'll follow up with you in 3 days. Barbara Stevens, would you give your name and address, please?
Okay, let me catch my breath. Hi, good evening, board. Forgive me, it is hard for me to breathe. I'd like to start by thanking you, Dr. Rapp, for responding the day after the last time I spoke here. It is very validating to the families of special ed students to feel heard, and we felt heard. We've had meetings, we're making progress, but we just need special ed students to be heard. So, and I'm sorry, I should have sent you an email. Unfortunately, I broke my humerus in April, and 2 weeks later, I was hospitalized in extreme respiratory distress. And I'm still not back, and I may never be. So remember when I spoke about you forgetting about multi-generational households when you abandoned masks? This is what I was talking about. I have grandchildren that live with me that I can't even see. That's what I was upset about that time. But it's too late now. COVID is in the world to stay. Okay, I've also come before the board tonight to ask for a traditional school year. A school year without teachers and students being used as political and ideological footballs. A school year where decisions are made using verifiable facts and not social media goop and conspiracy theories. A school year free from the attempts to turn public schools into private religious schools or to use taxpayer monies to send children already in top-rated schools to private school. At the end of the day, the students who lose out in trying to change the public school model are the special ed and Title I kids. And may I remind you, special ed also includes the invisible disabilities, high-functioning autism, mental health disorders, behavioral disorders, things most people don't see and don't understand. These categories tend to be last in funding as it is. Redirected funding for students who aren't even struggling makes the equation even more lopsided. Students, teachers, and taxpayers should not be held hostage any longer by those with special interests. We have amazing teachers in this district and amazing students. It's time to let them get back to education. It's time to have the backs of our educators who just want to imbue the students with a love of learning. Let them do what they train to do. They are excellent. Thank you. Again, Dr. Rapp, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. And I think that when people review our legislative agenda, which we should approve tonight, you'll see that a number of those topics are on there, including the siphoning of dollars to private institutions, as well as the currency of time for teachers. So thank you for that. Next speaker, Patrick Wynn, would you come up and give your address, please?
Patrick Wynn, 4205 Thoreau Circle, Waterman. I wish I had a better positive thing to talk about, but it's a little bit of a disappointment. I'm here today because, and I just want to first say my issue is not, that I'm going to say is not an anti-gay thing or a pro-gay thing. My family has gay people in it, we were raised with that. The issue I have is that certain sensitive topics are being introduced to the children, where I believe that as parents, we have the right to first discuss these topics or at least know that these topics are being presented to our children. And I have 4 children in the district, and as of now, I've talked to all of them. All of them have been given this content without our consent, without the district funding it, without the district oversight. It's just actors within the school. I haven't determined yet exactly who, but I have been speaking with the principals and their teachers. And because of this, one of our children has already come home thinking she was gay because she thought her friend was pretty, because some books she was given by this teacher said something like that. And she was just confused. She had no adult guidance. She had no educators involved. She had no context. She was in 4th grade. And so this is disappointing because we send our kids, and I grew up here. I went to the schools here too. I have a lot of trust in the district, and I want things to be overseen by you, funded by you. And those are the things I trust are going to my children and other people's children. That's how we get, accountability. But that's not always happening. And some of these things, as I was told, they're not funded and they're not overseen by y'all. And so that's the apps I'm specifically talking about are Sora and Epic, which I have found on all of my children's devices. We've now removed. We've given written notice that we do not want these apps. They all have material in it that is not through the district. We don't want that. We want it through the libraries, approved, through the legislature, things that, we come to a consensus as a society we're going to do. And these apps actually go a step further, some of them cutting off at 3 p.m., so we can't even see the material unless we go to the school or check it out on during school hours, or they hide the activity, or they charge $70 a month fees to be able to access it. They take extra steps to keep us from knowing what's in there, and that's crazy. So that's what I'm here for, and I just want you all to do something about it. Get them to stop bringing in these, black market apps to our children that have content that nobody has oversight on.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Leah Montez, would you give us your address, please?
Hello, is it on? What do you press? Oh, it is on. Oh, pull it. Okay, thank you. Good evening. Leah Montez, 1101 Apache Lake Drive in Carrollton, Texas. And I'm here tonight, good evening, Dr. Rapp and the board and administration, to mention the newly approved advanced placement AP course in African American Studies. From what I understand, this is the College Board's first new AP course offering since 2014, and it joins the other AP courses that are part of the program. I believe the course is designed to offer high school students an inspiring evidence-based introduction to African American studies. I understand the program is currently only available at 60 schools and will be offered at 200 schools next year, and by 2024, 2025, it will be available for any that are interested. So we hope that this course in African American AP Studies will draw students who are generally underrepresented in AP Studies nationwide and within LISD. We realize this is a future request, and hopefully it is already on the curriculum radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Okay, we have one more speaker, Jake Collier. Jake, he's going to get something? Okay, we'll just take a brief minute because we have a public hearing after this. Tell you what, we're going to go ahead and proceed. When he gets back in here, we'll let him speak. We're going to go ahead and proceed with our. Oh, there he is. Okay, Jake, you're up. Come on up and give us your address.
How are y'all doing? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. My name's Jake Collier. There is a law that was passed last session. It's SB 797. The law states that if a "In God We Trust" sign is gifted to a school, that school must hang that sign up in a conspicuous place, somewhere where everybody can see the sign, and it has to be framed appropriately or put together just the way it is. So I'm donating 68 of these 11 by 17 posters. I've got 5 little ones for if y'all have another small location. But you know, it's so much bigger than just putting a sign up on a wall in a school, right? And it's not that we have to do it, right? We have an opportunity to do it. We get to partner with you guys. I, the citizen taxpayer, get to partner with you guys and get to partner with all of our other schools, and we get to work on something like this. Something beautiful that we put on all of our money. Every piece of money that we have in God we trust, but we don't have it in our schools, and to me that's just ridiculous. And so thank God for Brian Hughes and for this idea. I want to read the scripture from Jeremiah 17:7-8. It says, "But blessed are those who trust in the Lord and have made the Lord their hope and confidence. They are like trees planted along a riverbank with roots that reach deep into the water. Such trees are not bothered by the heat or worried by long months of drought. Their leaves stay green and they never stop producing fruit." I believe that I believe that each every one of you believes and trusts in God as well. And I know that we have a district, we have an entire community within LISD that does trust God, whether they believe and follow the same practices that everybody else does. We have to understand and continue to represent that fact that we do trust in God and that we continue to get his protection for us. This is my gift to you guys. This is my gift to all the schools. Like I said, 68. This is the one that I would really love if y'all could put it up in this location. Okay? Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jake, and thank you for making sure those.
You want me to give them to Jamie? Or?
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank y'all so
Thank you.
much. I appreciate it.
Okay, now we're going to conduct a hearing on a petition for detachment and annexation filed by certain residents of the West Haven subdivision in Coppell, Texas. I've got a lot to read here, so hang on. The next agenda item is a public hearing regarding the petition for detachment and annexation filed with Lewisville ISD by residents of a certain portion of the West Haven subdivision located in the city of Coppell. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with Texas Education Code, Section 13.051. The petition for detachment and annexation was presented to the district on July 5, 2022. As required by law, the district published written notice of the proposed detachment and annexation and this public hearing in Lewisville on August 28, 2022, and also posted the written notice here at the Administrative Center. The petition before us seeks the detachment of property currently located within the geographic boundaries of Lewisville Independent School District and the annexation of that property to the Coppell Independent School District. The property in question is located within the city of Coppell in Dallas County. If approved by both the respective boards of the two districts, this petition would result in the reduction of the geographic boundaries of LISD and expansion of the geographic boundaries of Coppell ISD. This hearing will be conducted in 3 stages. First, the administration will provide information regarding the statutory requirements for detachment and annexation and relevant data regarding the affected territory. Second, the petitioners and/or their legal representative will be given the opportunity to speak, should they choose to do so. We will allot 15 minutes in total for any petitioners or their respective representative to speak. Third, affected persons or community members will have an opportunity to present information or opinions to the board. The board will allot 15 minutes for this section of the hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak must have signed up on the form at the entrance table by 7 p.m. Instructions for signing up to speak were included in the public hearing notice. Speakers will be called up in the order their names appear on the list. Each speaker must limit their comments to 3 minutes. In the interest of time, I ask that you refrain from repeating points or information already presented by others. Speakers shall be respectful and courteous and shall comply with the time limits. At the end of this meeting, the board shall consider the information presented, shall make findings regarding the anticipated effect of the petition, and shall ultimately adopt a resolution approving or disapproving the petition. Questions from the board members should be reserved until after all the presentations are made. Again, the decision will be made at the end of this meeting, not at the end of the public hearing. All right, the administration may now present. Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, President Miller. This is the administration's portion of the public hearing for the detachment and annexation hearing that we're holding this evening. Under Section 13.051, Texas Education Code, a petition for detachment and annexation must meet these minimum requirements. Number 1, the affected territory must be contiguous to the receiving school district. Number 2, it must not reduce the detaching district's tax base by a ratio at least twice as large as the ratio by which would reduce its membership. Number 3, it must not reduce the detaching district's area to less than 9 square miles. And number 4, the petition must be presented to the board of each affected district and must, A, be signed by a majority of registered voters residing in the territory if the territory has residents, and B, provide the meets and bounds of the territory to be affected by the action. The property in question here is outlined in red on that southern portion of Highway 121. Here are the addresses in question, 17 of them in that territory. All of those in the taxable value for both tax year 2021 and 2022. All of those addresses have bus route eligibility for all of the schools throughout the configurations in LISD. At this time, there are no students who are attending LISD schools. For transportation considerations, these are the zoned LISD schools and the mileage to each of them. If we had the students and the possible Coppell Independent School District schools, they have an extra configuration there at the elementary level, the mileage to those schools. The taxable impact for LISD is for 2022 values is about $113,000. The properties in question, all of the properties are located in Denton County. Currently, there are no Denton County properties in the Coppell ISD. The LISD campuses serving this area are Rockbrook Elementary, pre-K through 5th grade campus, 650 students. The Durham Middle School, 6th through 8th grade campus, 747 students. LHS 9th through 10th grade campus, 1,225 students. And the Lewisville High School, 11th through 12th grade configuration, 2,055 students. The board response to petition. Each board affected by the petition must notify the public of the petition and public hearing on that petition, hold a public hearing, determine whether the petition complies with minimum statutory requirements, and pass a resolution making approving or disapproving the petition and making findings on the following factors. Number one, educational interests of students residing or future students expected to reside in the affected territory, as well as the affected districts as a whole. And number two, social, economic, and educational effects of the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. The petitioners now may now present any information or comments on this matter. Before you begin speaking, please state your full name and identify your connection to this matter, i.e., whether you are a resident of the affected territory or representative of the residents.
Make sure I get the mic right first. My name's David Dodd, and I'm an attorney representing the neighborhood, the 17 households in there. I do appreciate your time and attention, and typically I'm on the other side representing cities or school districts, so I do appreciate the effort it goes to conduct a public hearing, so thank you. And really just to start off and say, this started years ago when, you have copies of emails, and they'll be here in the PowerPoint. Several of these residents, we're talking about 17 houses in a subdivision of over 200 houses. 17 are in the Lewisville School District. Their neighbors all go to Coppell schools. Sorry, I'm not doing this right. So several of the neighbors, and you have emails, they emailed Lewisville Independent School District and the Coppell Independent School District before purchasing the houses. This isn't just a knee-jerk reaction or a grass is greener type situation. We're talking about actually 17 houses out of a more than 200 house neighborhood, and you can see it right there, just as it was on the LISD exhibit also. Here's another street view of the property. So you're really talking about neighbors. You're plucking 17 kids out of their community and their community schools. That's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with opinions of districts or anything else. It's the community aspect is what we're really looking at. And I'm running through this quickly. For several years, these students were in Coppell schools. It was on the Coppell Independent School District website that these houses were in Coppell. It was on the Lewisville Independent School District website that they were not. Then all of a sudden, with no notice, no public hearings like this, that's why I said I was appreciative of this, no process, they were told you're not in the Coppell School District, you have to go through a different process or go to Lewisville schools. So it's a bit of a hybrid here, housekeeping, a request, everything else. But I'm just trying to explain how we got here. You can see these were on the websites, and then it came from there. And I'm being quick right here so I can let the citizens speak. So I think that's who you need to hear from. Then I'll close up at the end. And what I'm going through here are the different school districts and confusion among the schools, and I'll let them talk about that. Here's copies of the emails, and you have hard copies of those where they checked before they bought the houses. So they did their due diligence and asked and made an investment based on what they were told from the school districts. And I'm not trying to step on any toes here. They weren't just listening to the realtor. They stepped out and asked the actual agencies. Some of them have used the open enrollment, so I'm not sure your tax numbers on that $113,000 is correct. Because some of the kids in this neighborhood are in open enrollment, so I believe those tax dollars are already going to Coppell. And I defer to experts on that. I'm not staying in the legal lane, not in the financial lane. Still are other challenges, and I'm going to let families speak to that. I believe this is the last slide that they wanted to see. You can see there's a community gathering here for the schools, and you can see the 3 arrows in the back about the houses that are affected. It's not even one street or anything. It's like the last 3 or 4 on several different streets. So I'm going to turn it over to the residents now, and I'll come back up at the end.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Dodd. We'll now
820 MacArthur.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from the community members who have signed up to speak on this topic. Mr. Dodd representing the parties. Ting Chung Ye. Does that sound right?
Good evening. This is Supriya.
Okay, what's your address, please?
779 Windsor Road, Coppell. Okay. So basically, we are representing West Haven community, which comes under Coppell City. As you heard, that we are the ones, 17 houses which are affected because of these. We bought the house in 2020 with confirmation from both LISD and CISD stating that my house or these houses come under CISD. The main thing that we wanted to buy this house in CISD is because our kids were going to CISD and the address is nearby to CISD, so it's like a walkable distance from our house. That's the reason we bought the house in CISD. And definitely, as I said, because it's a confirmation that we took from both the ISDs, that was the main point for us to buy the house. Now, certainly, like last year, we were told that we are not in CISD and we will be going back to LISD. So that definitely puts a stress on our kids because, like my son, he's a freshman right now, and now he has to deal with, the uncertainty of what's going to happen right now with his studies, with his friends specifically, since he have been attending the schools since 4th grade. So it comes all together for all the kids and parents as they are confused what to do next since they bought the house under CISD and now they don't know where to go. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shekhar Subramaniam, and I am one of the residents of one of the 17 houses that was posted up there. So like my neighbor had mentioned, we chose to go to Coppell ISD, and we invested a lot of money purchasing the property in the neighborhood, and things were going fine in the initial few years. I mean, between the 2017 to 2021 academic years, we were allowed to get into Coppell ISD. The kids were going to the zone schools. And then prior to the 2021-2022 academic year, so May, we were notified, hey, you're not going to be eligible to go into Coppell ISD anymore. The only way you can get in is through open enrollment, and again, that is not even guaranteed. So this basically, isolated the kids from these 17 houses. They feared continuity. Basically, it shut the doors on all these folks. And there's between choosing CISD or LISD. They lose all their friends when they go to LISD, and that's the reason we wanted to, ask for the detachment here. So, thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hello. My name is Kaustubh Khole. I'm from 793 Huntington, Coppell, Texas. So based on the other families that just spoke, right? So what does this really affect? What happens next? So whenever we go to parks, I'm a father of like 2 kids. One is a toddler, another one is a 8-month-old. So whenever we go to parks, we feel very detached, as you are seeing the picture, right? So kids make friends, but ultimately figure out that he doesn't go to my school, even though he's of my age. So that results in a lot of disconnect. And the other problem is we are not able to also partner with other kids in the after-school program, which results in a lot of waste of time, like picking up, dropping up kids from different schools and stuff like that. So yeah, all in all, it becomes very challenging staying in the same community and being a part of just those 18 homes, but in perspective of 300. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ting Junye. I'm from the resident of one of the 17 houses. My address is 782 Windsor Road. So, dear board members and everyone, thank you for letting me speak. I'm the person who took the photo that you saw earlier, and it was a school community gathering. I took that photo last year, and that was a CISD school event that the principal of Denton Creek Elementary, Mrs. Edwards, and the school staff, school teacher, they came to our community to bring some Christmas blessings to the DCE families. So that place where David just mentioned, it was actually less than 2 minutes away from my house. And you can, if you remember from the photo, you can see the 121 and the impacted houses. So me and my son and many of my neighbors, we went there, we attended the event. We feel very connected with the school and the community. So my son even told me that he wanted to attend the event every year, but I didn't have an answer for him. So I just hope that most people will agree that kids can benefit a lot from this kind of strong bonding between community and school, and I don't want to take it away from them. So I'm a mother of two. I have a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old. All I want is just a stable environment for them, uninterrupted education, and connection between the community and the school for their learning and growth. I really don't want to worry about the school enrollment status year by year for another 15 years. So I really don't want my son to worry or panic about not attending the same school year, not being able to make connection, or losing friendship. So we are already rooted in this community, and we establish physical and emotional attachment with CISD. We don't want to be pulled out and placed in a different school zone. So please kindly consider our petition request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. At this time, the board may ask any clerk. You want to present more? You got 5 minutes.
I promise you, I know this is lawyer time, but I won't take all of it. Just again, thank you for your time and attention. And as I said, we're not here just trying to leave LISD or go to CISD. This was a neighborhood that checked with both school districts. They did their due diligence. Some of the children were already in the Coppell schools when they were told, with no process, no notice, just, hey, you're no longer in the Coppell School District, no proceeding like this to change the district boundaries and things like that. We're just trying to get things back to where they were and the way they were told before they used an investment-backed expectation when they were told by 2 governmental agencies that what school districts they were in, and they checked it. So we're just, as I said, we're just trying to put things back to where they were before they were pulled out. And it's different ages, obviously. You have 2-year-olds up to high school students, but it's an ongoing issue. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Thank you for your comments. At this time, the board may ask any clarifying questions resulting from the presentations. Board, do you have any questions? Who wants to go first? Raise your hand high. Ms. Hassett.
I have a question for Mr. Dodd. Can you tell us whether this action would create a positive or negative impact on the social, economic, and educational value?
Of the students, it would definitely do it for the social, leaving one community. When you're taking 17 houses out of a more than 200-plus subdivision, that's not the whole, even elementary school. It would do a positive by leaving them in the community where they are. You have a natural boundary there with business with a 121 bypass. There's a subdivision to the north of 121, I'd say, that is in Lewisville, but I think a lot of those students go to Coppell through open enrollment, possibly. We're not including that. That's not this part. Socially, yes, it definitely would. Economically, I believe it's minimal effect to either district, honestly, because it would be a benefit because the appraisal district is doing one neighborhood for Coppell, then they got to go do 17 different houses under a different different value. Do it for LISD. Economically, too, I've watched you have all these PTOs up here tonight. If you're in open enrollment and you have to apply every year, most of your PTO officers are chosen in the spring. That affects the economic donations. Where am I going to donate? What fundraisers am I going to be part of? How am I going to be part of the community for a parent and a child? Just the unknown having to reapply every year affects the overall, and I think it would do economic on your foundations, your donations, your volunteer things, fundraisers, as well as the overall educational and social experiment effect.
Thank you.
You want me to stay here or sit back down?
Yep, probably.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Dodd, you've provided addresses in the affected territory. Have you provided the metes and bounds of the outline of the property we are being asked to detach?
Yes, I have, and we have a survey that was attached, and there's today you have a hard copy. There's several hard copies of these. I gave to Ms. Bay, where he says it is a metes and bounds description, and why he did it that way. He referred to the lots in the field notes as part of the metes and bounds description. The reason for that, if we just give y'all a metes and bounds of the whole area, once again, the appraisal district, I've represented appraisal districts too. We just give them a metes and bounds, how are they going to know who they're pulling out? You're going to have to go back through and do another survey, and that's going to be extra confusing. And our surveyor says and stands by it that the survey we turned in is a metes and bounds description.
Okay, thank you.
I've got
Dr.
a
Bonner.
question. Mr. Dodd, thank you for your presentation. Can you tell us how many school-age children attend from this area in question?
Attend
school, school-age children.
Total number? 20? Oh, 10.
10 in total?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
10
thank
in
you.
that, in those 70. For now, I know that's a moving target.
Certainly, but 10 presently?
10 currently.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Dodd, have you provided signatures of majority of registered voters in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Sells.
Following up on her question, are all of the people who signed the petition registered voters in the territory?
I believe we had some that were not registered voters, but that we just had them. I said we needed registered voters. I know all of the registered voters have signed, or all but one have signed. But I don't know that every signature is a registered voter.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Dodd. If there are no more questions, we will close this public hearing at 8:07 p.m. Okay, we're going to start with the consent agenda. We are just getting now into our main discussion, our main agenda items, and we have a lot to do tonight, so we're going to roll pretty fast through this. Right? Dr. Hart? All right, go ahead, Dr. Rapp.
All right, Mr. Miller, President Miller, administration is pulling consent item K1C. Consider approval of the guaranteed maximum price GMP for the Colony High School multipurpose facility, football press box replacement, and fiber installation project included in the 2017 bond from consideration this evening. It will be brought back at a later time.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. Are there any items that to be pulled from the consent agenda?
I had one.
Oh, you do have one?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 3E9, renewal of RFPs for graduation venues, the media-related items.
Okay, we'll pull item 3E9. Do I have a motion excluding 3E9 for the consent agenda? Didn't know, right? Yeah. I would just say that we were not notified of that before the meeting. It needed to be done by 12, but we'll go ahead and let you talk about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassett.
I move that the board approve consent agenda item except for K3E9 as recommended by administration.
And K1C?
Yeah, K1C and 3E9.
And K1C as recommended by administration.
Second, Dr. Bonner. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Ms. Taylor? Make a motion first.
Okay. Would I get to speak after?
You would get to speak after there's a motion, assuming there's a second.
All right. I move for the renewal of RFP 2827-21 venues and media-related services for high school graduation special events.
Dr. Bonner, second. Okay, any discussion?
So with regards to, and I know I've spoken about this in board work sessions, but I understand our limitations around graduation venues, but understanding that capacity issues affect only Lewisville High School, I just hope that we will communicate RSVP requirements and that we will do all we can to ensure that all of the graduates sit on the floor together so that we limit the number of LHS graduates having to be in overflow seating.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Any other discussion? Great, thank you. I think the staff did a tremendous job trying to provide alternatives for us to address all aspects of this, especially security. And this is, at this point, really the only option that we have other than transporting students and families 45 minutes away. So appreciate the work from staff. With that said, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, information items. Dr. Fitzhugh.
Good evening.
2023-24 calendar.
Good evening. Tonight I am here to talk about the upcoming next school year's calendar. We're already starting to plan that process. And so just so you guys are aware, this is the timeline that we're currently looking at. Right now, we're looking to gather information from various stakeholders in our community. This year, we are adding in a principal roundtable as part of input and also a staff and family survey that will go out in the newsletters on Thursday. The October, November, December, those are the other actions that we're doing. We're looking to try to bring this back before the board a little sooner than we have in the past, so this calendar looks a little bit different than we've shown you in the past. Just as a reminder, the state parameters are that we cannot begin prior to the fourth Monday in August, but because we are a District of Innovation, we are able to waive that requirement. We cannot end before May 15th, and we must have 75,600 instructional minutes. There are always several variables when creating the calendar. It's like a puzzle. It's quite exciting. Start and end dates, days in the semester, when we conclude the semester, what holidays do we include, staff work days. So all of those things kind of go into the recipe to make our calendar. We gather input on the variables from Board of Trustees. Again, we're doing that staff and family survey ahead of the time to get additional input. The principal roundtable, and then District Advisory Council and the Calendar Committee. So kind of like I said about a puzzle, this is all a balancing act. We would love to have it all, but sometimes if you want to start at a certain time, that impacts when your semester ends. If you want to have balanced semesters, then sometimes you have to start a little earlier. So we try to do the best we can to meet everybody's request, but we have to kind of balance it all out. The considerations that we look at as we're developing the calendar are to try to have as many student learning days as possible, while also providing staff with enough professional learning time. Considering strategically placing professional learning days. We're considering election days for safety moving forward with the 23-24 calendar. We have November and May there, but Mr. Garrett pulled me aside and said that March might have some dates also this year, so we'll keep that in mind. And then balancing the needs of the community with the needs of the staff. There's always an unknown. We always have something come up, and so we add in some extra minutes, we add in our bad weather days, but it's always a little bit of inevitable that we might have to come back and talk about calendar again at some point. Prior input from the board has included maintaining our current holidays, having an early start date, implementing calendar options that have a midweek beginning, 5 days at Thanksgiving, ending first semester for winter break, 2 full weeks for winter break, balancing that first and second semester, and ending school by the end of May. So those are all things that we already have in mind from previous input. And so with that, we look forward to starting our next adventure in creating the 23-24 calendar.
Okay, this is an information item, so this will come back to us. Any questions? Great. Next item, ESSER funds and federal programs. Ms. Smith?
Yes, so Dr. Hart and Ms. Rupert are going to give you an update on our ESSER funds and our federal funds. I just want to say that these two ladies do an incredible job managing these funds, but also providing customer service to our campuses so that they can support our students. So I'm very appreciative and thankful for the work they do. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hart.
Good evening. Right. We're going to talk a little bit about the federal funds we have available to us right now. At this moment, we have around just a little under $57 million. That comes in two different types of grant funds. So the first type of grant funds is disaster grant funding, right? So this is a one-time fund related to COVID-19, right? And then the second type of funding is legislative in nature, those recurring formula grants. So I'm going to talk first just about FEMA. Right after the COVID-19 pandemic, we submitted for $314,000 in reimbursements, and we got back around $6,600. There is some new allowability in FEMA, and so what we've done is we've resubmit $284,000 for consideration to them. So fingers crossed we get that back. That would really make our day. Under the American Rescue Plan in ESSER 3, we have $37.5 million. We did spend half of that last year, and we will be closing out that grant, spending the second half in this fiscal year. So if you'll take a look at our learning loss category, right, these are our learning loss expenditures. Just going to point out a couple of things up here. You'll notice that under special ed expenditures, there's a big difference there between last year, fiscal 22, and fiscal 23. There was actually a grant that came through around December last year. It was the American Rescue Plan Idea B, like an infusion of funds, just a one-time special ed grant. So we had some expenditures coded to ESSER, and we ended up moving those to that special education grant last year. So that's why you see that big difference there between fiscal 22 and fiscal 23. That's why we have those expenditures back this year, because that one-time grant is closed. Also, on software and programs, you'll notice that number is a lot bigger last year than it is this year. The reason for that is there's actually a lot of things that we bought, and when we did that by going with a 2-year plan, we actually got some savings. So for a number of our programs, things like Edgenuity, Apex for the high school students, those curricular items, we actually made that expenditure for 2 years up front. So you're seeing those charges on the front end there. These are the rest of our charges on the ESSER 3 budget. You can see campus FTEs. We have nearly 100 employees in there. And then, of course, LISD reimbursement. When we talk about the general fund every year, we've been talking about last year we were adding $7 million from ESSER 3 back into our fund, right? You can see that right there. And then, of course, we're going to do the same thing this year, right? An additional $7 million. On the T-Class grant, Lewisville ISD is participating in 2 parts of the T-Class grant. I'm going to talk a little bit about Decision Point 4 in just a moment, but I want to give you a quick update about Decision Point 5 first. So Decision Point 5 is that thing where instead of having the traditional student teaching, right, there's a new program that they've been talking about, teacher residencies, where you expand it out for a year and we pay them, right, $20,000. They come 3 days a week. It's a really cool idea, kind of mimicking those medical residencies. And it is a really cool idea. However, the infusion of funds that TEA used to get behind this program, it's nice how fast the money came, right, because it was because of COVID-19. However, those programs take a long time to build up at the university level. So there were only actually 15 universities when we launched into this program. We've been in touch with everyone, every university. Not only do they have no students for Lewisville ISD, they have no students, 0. So right now, we don't have a use for that funding. So I just wanted to give y'all an update on that. Really cool idea, just takes a little bit faster roll, a little bit slower rollout on that. But let's look at Decision Point 4. This is something that we're pretty excited about the ROI on. The education and training programs at the high school. We're providing some additional funding here through the grant for stipends for those teachers, right? Because we're asking them to come out and do a little bit more, recruiting with the students, do some additional competitive activities. In addition to that, there's a supply fund for those teachers to, whatever you need for those classrooms. Let's go ahead and get those things we need right now so we can build those programs. The other half of decision point 4, because E&T teachers is about growing our potential candidates through high schools, right? So the other half is growing our potential teacher candidates through our current paraprofessional employees. Really cool program. We maxed this out in the grant. We asked for 6 stipends from TEA. They gave them to all of us, and we awarded all of them last spring. It was a really exciting moment. And then I would like to say thank you because our Board of Trustees voted to provide 5 additional stipends. So we went from having 6 to having 11 paraprofessionals who received this stipend, and I just wanted to give you a quick update on them. We actually already have 4 of those 11 working as teachers of record in Lewisville ISD. We had 4 punched through really hard this summer. They got their stuff done. We're very excited. Ms. Williams and Mr. Sisney, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Smith are already teachers of record in Lewisville ISD. The other 7, I want you to look at their names. You're going to be getting updates from us about them. We're very excited for their futures as LISD teachers. So that was a really fun spring. So we're feeling pretty good about T-Class Decision Point 4. I'm going to turn it over now for the rest of our grants to Estella Rupert.
Good evening. I'm excited to talk to you about grants this evening. So the first one that we're going to talk about is the COVID School Health Grant. This is a $1.9 million grant. We received it in March, and we had 14 days to spend it. It was a lot of fun in our department. TEA said they were going to cut it off at the end of March, so we stopped spending. We bought air purifiers, electrostatic sprayers. We did a COVID call center. We paid nurses for vaccine clinics. And then in June, TEA came back and said, you have till March of 2023. So thankfully, we have the rest that we're going to be able to spend this year. So we're excited about that. The next one is the Special Education Consolidation Grant. 95% of that is actually spent on payroll and staff. Our next grant is our Perkins grant. This is what I call the CTE grant. Jason Cooper's department, he spends it, and he promises he's going to spend 100% of his $391,000. The next grant, this is our really big one. This is our ESSA grant. This is where our Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 programs reside in. This comes from the Elementary and Secondary Education Act that LBJ put into place. And the purpose of this grant is to give equal access to public education to all children. And this is reauthorized. You've heard about No Child Left Behind, so you've heard it in different terms. But the intent and purpose of this is to provide all children significant opportunities to receive a fair, equitable, and highly qualified education. And so we're really excited that we have this grant in LISD. Title I Part A is our Improving Basic Programs grant. This is over $5 million that goes to 27 of our campuses. The 27 of our campuses, most of them are in the LHS and the colony feeder patterns. In order to qualify, 40% of their population needs to qualify for free and reduced lunch. The great part of Title I programs is this really campus-based. The principal determines what is the need on the campus, and they are the ones that can push the programming out. Our next one is Title II Part A, Supporting Effective Instruction. That's over $1 million. This is to provide funding to support educators. This is for professional development. Now, the priority to this is Title I campuses, but the greatness of this program is it's for all schools. All schools benefit. You actually will use this money for mentors, for our alt-cert mentors, for our special ed mentors, for coaching mentors, and for our principal mentors. And it's not just a one-year mentoring program, it's a 2-year program. Our next grant is the Title III Part A. This is our English Language Acquisition, Language Enhancement, and Academic Achievement Act. So this one takes a while. It's a lot of words in the grant. But you know this is a great program that you support in the summer. It 100% supports NISA and SOAR. And so this is a program that we're really excited about. They have $944,000 in this program. We also are funding 2 ESL engagement liaisons. And these engagement liaisons are working directly with middle school and high school students to help support them with their goals for school, for their secondary education, but also beyond high school, which is really exciting. Our next program is our Title IV Part A, which is our Student Support and Academic Achievement Grant. That's $360,000. Now, this one supports our well-rounded education, which is a lot of our STEM campuses, our elementary and our secondary STEM programs. It also helps with wellness in the counseling program, so we look at supporting after-school programs. We also support non-STEM campuses because it funds the Wonder Wagon, our Title IV facilitator. And so as a former science teacher, I'm really excited that we support the STEM program for all our elementary campuses, and we can get them excited about science. But the greatness about this is we've been talking about money and we talked about the funding. And really, it's not just about money. It's the opportunities the money creates. It's the opportunity, the relationships that our campuses are allowed to create with our students because of this funding. And it excites me to see that everything our schools are doing. Example, Central Elementary did a dino night for not just their students, but their community. They invited their whole community out. We did Lakeview Middle School, they did a circuit night and they created Harry Potter ones with their title money. It was so exciting and fun to see. But it's really neat to see all the creative ways that our title schools and our other departments utilize this funding. And ultimately, it's one of our core pieces that we've been talking about, which is connection. And so we're excited to provide that for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Hart, Ms. Rupert. Appreciate it. Mr. Colbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is an information item regarding our monthly technology report. I'll keep it brief. Just a couple changes from last month. This information is for June 30th. So it's really kind of our first insight for technology usage during the summer. Our bond balance didn't change much from the previous month. You'll notice a slight increase in our revenue for I-fees. And then, as you can imagine, one more month goes by, our devices just get 1 month older. But as far as technology usage, some interesting information, looking at this through the summer, as you would expect, our overall average bandwidth per student goes down during the summer. We're averaging 33 meg per student. What's interesting about that, though, is when students are using it, they're still accessing educational content, which is encouraging. And I think in addition to that, you'll see in the bottom graph where we have a breakdown of at school and at home. In June, we have our summer school programs going, so you might wonder, well, why do we have at school usage? You're still having students on campus, especially summer school. And I would also say that, looking at the data, it also would suggest students that are in our title campuses, they're using the devices at home. So I would think that it's possible that might be their primary device that some of the students are using in our title schools. So, like I said, this would be brief, but if you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Okay, Mr. Miller has taken a quick break, and so he's turned over since Ms. Lasan isn't here. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Colbeck. If there are no questions on the monthly technology report, we'll move on to discussion items. Next up is Ms. Maloney.
Thank you so much. I'm bringing to you the closing of July 31 financials. It's so weird to have started the new year, and we're still talking about the old year, but that's what we'll do this evening. As we talked about many times, we did overstate that tax levy, and the majority of our shortfall in the general fund revenue, if not all of it, it has to do with collections, delinquent taxes, and penalties and interest, not getting to the level where we thought we were going to be. The federal revenue is up, and that's mostly due to our ESSER indirect costs that was coming back into that. So we do expect to see about 10 to 12 more million coming in, posted in August, and that'll close out our general fund revenue. I'll say for our expenditures, we have one more payroll and the recapture payment, and we'll have to see where we come in August, with August expenditures beyond that. In the Child Nutrition Fund, we will have that carryover balance that we've been looking at, and the Debt Service Fund does reflect that is before our August payment and the defeasance where that will be recorded there. I would call your attention, it's, as Ms. Hart presented, that we have spent half of our ESSER 3 money, and if you go down to Fund 282 on page 227, that's about where we are of spending half of that, roughly 37 million, and that's where we are going into 22-23. 7 million of that, of course, will be offsetting the general fund deficit. And then one last thing I'd call your attention to, the investment page, on page 232, just to remember that we our portfolio, our cash is dwindling down because, we'll start to collect taxes again in November. But last year's investment income for the period was $41,000. And so largely that's due to the average yield to maturity for period and average yield 180-day Treasury bill for period. Those have increased significantly since last year. So those are the monthly financials for ending in July.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. All right, I'm only chuckling because I used to give Mr. Young such a hard time. I just don't have anything to give you a hard time about. But we'll work on it. All right, discussion items. Next discussion item, Dr. Fitzhugh, STAR testing update and accountability update. Here's a biggie.
Okay, it's time for the favorite topic. So we're going to start off today with state accountability. And just as a reminder, that measures 3rd through 12th grades. Public schools serve pre-K through 12th grades and extended a little beyond for some special programs as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't start off with just a reminder that the methodology utilized by TEA relies on STAR, which is a standardized assessment. And over-relying on STAR leads to all of these documented side pieces, including narrowed curriculum, overemphasis on standardized testing strategies, rewarding campuses for test prep. It's a very narrow piece. Again, that's documented by Daniel Koretz in his book. So it's been a couple of years since we've been here, so I thought I'd give you a little bit of a background piece. TEA began assigning letter grades in 2019. They were suspended in 1920 and 2021 due to COVID, and so now we're back. They're calculated on 3 domains. Domain 1 is called student achievement. Domain 2 is broken into 2 pieces, student progress and then relative progress. And domain 3 is closing the gaps. I would be happy to discuss those in more detail with anybody who would like more about their methodology. For today, I just want to highlight, because when we get to some of the other pieces, the closing the gaps one has all of these different targets for all of the different student groups. And so when we get to talking about some of the pieces that our campuses get to engage in, the piece that we have to remember is that the targets for the student groups are different. So I've highlighted here 44% of all of our students are expected to meet the standard on a reading test. 74% of our Asian students are expected to meet the standard. And so when you get into some of the targeted remediation pieces that our schools have to engage in, there are times that they are addressing the highest performing student group on their campus. So the state accountability system in conjunction with STAR is configured in a manner that not all campuses are going to receive an A rating. If in any way, shape, or form all campuses received an A rating, TEA and the statisticians that created it would say the system is broken. It is meant to create different tiers and different performance levels so they can chunk schools. All of that being said, our accountability ratings. LISD is rated a B this year. Mathematically, we are an A. TEA accountability has a rule in place that if you have a campus with a score below a 70 in a domain, the district cannot have an A in that domain. The statewide distributions of scores, 33% of districts are A's, 54% B's, 9.4% C's, and then you have a small percent that are not rated. Only 3 districts in the state with more than 45,000 students received an A rating. The percent of students that were economically disadvantaged at those 3 districts ranged from 8% to 20%. LISD is at 33%. I did a little more digging, and 20 districts with more than 45,000 students received a B rating. The range for economically disadvantaged there was 22 to 88%. Now, of that, I looked at them, and 8 of those campuses had an 89. So I thought, how many of them were also a forced B? And 5 of those 8 were forced Bs like LISD. Campus overall ratings, LISD had 48% of our campuses receive an A. The state had 28%. We had 33% receive Bs. The state had 46%. C's, we were right there equal with the state, and then not rated, Senate Bill 1365, we were below the state average at 2%. So within that accountability system from A to F, TEA has 3 additional indicators, and those are linked to ESSA. Those are requiring targeted intervention this year. The A to F ratings are not. So we have those 3 labels of targeted support, additional targeted support, and then comprehensive support and improvement. And the comprehensive support has 2 tiers within it because it's a 2-year identification. So you're either comprehensive progress or comprehensive identified. This is a simple system. I'm just quoting that, so everybody, sorry, just it's simple and I'm trying, so ask any questions you need to. Targeted support is based on domain 3, and every student group has that different target. So it's assigned to a campus that has a student group that misses the target in at least the same 3 indicators for 3 years. TEA needs 3 years of data, so they are using 2018, 2019, and 2022. We had 8 campuses identified as targeted support based on the performance of a student group. Those campuses are developing a targeted improvement plan and they're storing it locally. We do not need school board approval, and we're not submitting to the state unless we're asked. Additional targeted support, again, it's based on that domain 3. It's assigned to campuses that have a student group that misses the targets in the same 3 indicators, and then 1 student group that hasn't met any indicators for 3 years. Again, it's using 18, 19, and 22 data. We have 1 campus identified. The campus is going to develop the targeted improvement plan and store it locally. And our third group. Under ESSA, at least 5% of Title I campuses have to be identified as comprehensive. It takes 2 years to exit it, and the way you exit is that you have to meet all of the thresholds for 2 years in a row, basically. So we have 2 campuses that are comprehensive making progress. They met all of their thresholds, and if they continue, they will exit that comprehensive title label. We have 1 that is comprehensive identified. These campuses engage in school improvement, and the board approves their targeted improvement plan, and we submit it to the state with updates and progress each quarter. We plan to bring those plans forward to you guys in December. So with all of that being said, that's the state. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that because we feel that it's very limited, we have developed our own local accountability pieces to report out on how our campuses do, and it extends to pre-K through 12th grade. They are our campus profiles. We've been putting them out every year. I think this is our 4th year. They have a variety of data pieces in them. Communications and assessment works on them. They look pretty because communications is involved, let's be real honest. They'd be a lot of charts if it was just me. But they have survey, academic data, information on teachers' professional learning, all of the programs that students can participate in, all of the ways that we meet students' needs beyond prepping them for standardized tests. In addition, the school board has access to board dashboards that monitor a variety of data pieces as well through Edugens. That includes iStation, grades, discipline, lots of other different data pieces. We come back quarterly with updates on student learning as well. And just if we can hearken back as we move forward into this school year, there are lots of changes to the assessment program coming. All-STAR testing is going to be online. TEA has acknowledged through their stats department that they know students do not test online as well as they test on paper, but we're testing everyone online. We're prepared for this because of our bond. Our students are 1-to-1. We have enough bandwidth, and so everything looks good. We have new question formats coming with very limited resources as well, and all ELA tests are going to have a full composition moving forward. So just as we move into Accountability 2023 and TEA has kind of given us some new updates, we do know that Domain 2A, that school progress piece, is not going to be available in 2023. That's what compares 2 years of data because the tests are going to be so different. We know that we will have campuses impacted because many of our campuses, that is one of their areas that's their strength. They're looking at new methodologies for weighting using the districts using weighted averages, Domain 3 growth versus just a yes, no. So it's going to be an interesting year, and as we get more information about how we can give input, we'll keep everybody updated about that. And as we end this, just a reminder that we have legislative priorities around these pieces. And so these are our 2 legislative priorities around state-mandated assessment that LISD stands is that we should account for all students' abilities, and we're asking that we use data points beyond standardized assessments. Online assessments require infrastructure investments, and we're asking them to increase oversight on the cost for all these different pieces that we're incurring trying to meet their mandate. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Fitzhugh. I'm going to make one comment real quickly before we take questions. You know, I think about what's before you tonight to also approve, which is the district improvement plan, and I want to commend this board on not only the data that's in your board dashboard that you use to monitor student performance, but also the data that's used in the district improvement plan. The state assessment system, as we know, does not measure our learners in pre-K, K, 1, and 2. And it tests, I believe, 5 tests at the high school level out of all of the courses and wonderful programs that we offer. I can't think of a board that is more data-driven than you all are. And as a result of that, that's one of the reasons why we have some of the highest graduation rates for students in the Metroplex along with in the state. And we've made double-digit gains with our English language learners specifically with those graduation rates. So I appreciate your support to use multiple sources of data to track how students are doing and not just rely solely on a state system that very few people other than Dr. Fitzhugh can explain.
Ms. Hassett?
First, really quick, we definitely want all of our 49,900 some odd students to excel at everything they do, absolutely. Just really quick, can you clarify that it is still the case that if our students at a campus pass at the acceptable, the minimum acceptable state level, that if they every single one of them passed at the minimum state of, we would still fail at that campus?
Correct.
So every student passed what the state asked them, and the school would fail.
If every student was approaching standard, which is what students need in order to not need remediation according to House Bill 4545, we would still not receive a passing grade.
Of course, we want our kids to exceed and excel and hit masters all the time, but that's a messed up system. Sorry. Also, can you remind us historically what happens when the state has introduced a new test, what happens to the test scores, and then therefore what will happen to our accountability rating, historically speaking, if you had a crystal ball?
So we have never seen a change this drastic. When we've changed between TOS to TAX, TAX to STAR, we've seen scores drop due to the way that generally what happens is they change the test because scores are starting to get so good that they need to create that discrepancy again, so they increase the rigor of the test. This one, because we did do all online testing in the spring of 21 and we saw discrepancies when our scores came back with that, I think we're going to see an even lower drop just because that online test move is a big one, especially for our elementary kids having to navigate. So I think our scores will come back lower. I think TEA will modify their scaling formulas to accommodate for that. And so I think that's just something, those raw values are going to look raw because it's going to go low.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sells? Ms. Taylor?
I just, I don't know that I have a question so much as a comment. I just wanted to thank Dr. Fitzhugh. She spent quite a bit of time with me going through the accountability ratings and STAR and all of that, because as a parent first of a child in a Title I school that lived in one of the affected areas for a long time, it's disappointing to see the scores be so low for Lewisville proper and the colony. And I guess I would challenge us, even as I don't really understand, sitting here as a board member, to have some communication, I guess, for parents regarding other ways that we evaluate education and career readiness. Because if I'm sitting here on the board with a lot of education and not understanding it, parents may not as well. And like I said, you're not supposed to compare schools and students and principalities and all of that, but as parents we do. And so I just want to challenge us to do a better job of that.
Yeah, Ms. Taylor, I completely agree, and I would encourage parents, under community-based accountability, we do have campus improvement plans where we outline what's next for the campuses, and I think it's important that parents read those and look at those, and probably the tutorial you're getting from Dr. Fitzhugh might have been even worse than a CPA exam, so or your latest master's, who knows. And we have the campus profile sheet. So these are things that we're doing to show the legislature that we understand accountability and assessment better than they do. Maybe a universal system isn't the way to do it. So, Ms. Sells.
Okay. Other than Dr. Fitzhugh for TEA Commissioner, campaign kickoff, which would be great, but I wanted to know, and this may be a question for Dr. Rapp, how, and it may be just a yes/no answer, would we address differently those gaps without the TEA restrictions?
You know, that's a very great and interesting question, Ms. Sells. I think that absolutely you would identify those gaps in a different way, which, and I'll use CCMR as an example. For instance, we are not getting some of the points, if you will, from the state, if we could, because students may not finish all the courses in a career sequence. All right. Well, that could cause us to identify students to continue in a career path that they may flat not be interested in. So but we always as a district really work hard, right, to do what's right by students regardless of what the rules of the accountability system are. So we would say to that student, it's okay if you don't want to continue on in auto tech or whatever the program may be, you don't have to. But yet at the same time, I do think there's pressure created on systems to cause kids to stay in a path, and other school districts would do that to kids. We work hard not to do that, and I think that's would be my answer to you, is that when we identify student needs, sometimes those student needs are based on iStation, they're not based on STAR. Yet we have to prioritize some of the funding that you heard about from Dr. Hart on grade levels that are specific to STAR-tested grades, because there's often not enough money from the federal government, right, or the state to stretch all the way to pre-K to 5. Whereas we might say some of that money needs to be spent lower, because we know that those gaps in pre-K, K1 and 2 are as important to complete as the gaps in 3 through 5, but the 3 through 5 assessment system causes us to have to make a little bit different decisions sometimes.
Perfect. And remind me again, Dr. Fitzhugh, there's writing on the STAR test?
There's not a separate STAR test anymore for writing. They've embedded it into the readings test. So every reading test now, we used to have a 4th and 7th standalone, and then the English 1 and English 2 had some different answers. And with the redesign, they are now 3rd through the English 2 EOC. There are full compositions.
And can you share with maybe the general public where the graders, the majority of graders, are found through TEA, or maybe even one avenue that they use to provide?
I mean, I can actually answer that one. I was sitting in the education committee in 2014 when then Senator Dan Patrick asked TEA in person at the Senate education hearing, is it true that you find graders on Craigslist? And Pearson at the time said, yes, we find graders on Craigslist.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hassett. So I had communication to our stakeholders. I just think we need to reiterate that the STAR test is not how we grade our kids. And so when, and that any of our staff is willing to have a conversation with anybody concerned about those. But this is going to be pointed, and I may get myself in trouble for this, but I'm going to address all of my other fellow trustees in school districts who received A's. Shame on you for sharing that on social media, and no, I will never like or love those posts of yours. You are feeding into this frenzy, and I refuse to be a part of it. So that's all my comments.
Ms. Sells, thank you for that. That's an interesting observation, and I think it's, when we unite go to school board training and we unite around nuances and failures around assessment and accountability, and then we have some of our colleagues use it as if it's a meaningful measure. While we go to meetings with them and hear about how flawed it is, it's somewhat hypocritical. So I appreciate that. Who is next?
Hard to follow that. Good job. Dr. Fitzhugh, when we talk about CCMR, can you reiterate that the M for military is no longer going to be helpful? Because at graduation every year, it's one of my favorite parts, is we have students who have selected to go into the military stance so we can honor their service to our country, and that TEA will no longer recognize that?
Correct. TEA, we used to be able to indicate that students were intending to enlist, but because the number of people actually enlisting was not lining up with what campuses were indicating, TEA removed that ability. I did get an email today at 4 o'clock that they're working on a form. I don't know what it's going to entail, but there's something that they're looking at, but it has been paused for the last 4 years for us to be able to utilize that in our accountability.
What a great conversation to have here this evening at 8:30, 8:45, right? Got Ms. Sells wound up. I appreciate the robust discussion. It's a shame there's only about 20 of you out there, 25 of you out there, and hopefully everybody's at home watching on TV to learn about how our bread and butter is approached in this district, right? Because the curriculum and instructional and assessment that the district pursues is created right here in Lewisville ISD. And the assessment that we're talking about, the STAR assessment, is a vehicle built around a regurgitation of facts, whereas a little bit of skill in the writing, but mostly a regurgitation of facts. Whereas what we approach in Lewisville ISD is we want kids to be critical thinkers, and that's a vast difference. And so I'm appreciative of the campus profiles as well, because that's an effort, a locally led effort to illustrate what's important to us as a school and as a community. And it also happens to be alternative and authentic assessment of what kids can do, rather than what they do one day on a test to regurgitate facts that have been packed into their head with little thought. So, Dr. Fitzhugh, looking at the A, B, C, D, F ranking, I think when I added all those three parts up, we were at about a 90 or 91, correct? But we got bought down because we had some schools that didn't meet the mark, right? Okay. And so I know you recall when A, B, C, D, and F came out, TEA very helpfully did a graphic that showed a positive correlation between high SES districts and A's. And since it's a positive correlation, the low SES districts had Fs. And there was a pretty good trend line there which showed adherence to that trend. Is that still the case? Have they published another chart like that?
I haven't seen another chart like that. I would conjecture it's probably true, but we could map it. We could scatter plot that. We could create that if we need to create it.
And so
we could plot that out. We could do a line of, we could do that, but I haven't seen it yet from them.
And so on a chart like that, there's always going to be outliers, correct? There's always going to be some low SES campus districts which have an A or a B. And there's always going to be some high SES campuses that maybe have a C, D, or an F, correct? And I would just appreciate the district making sure that of those those low SES districts that perform admirably and extremely well, what are they doing, right? What are they doing? If they're doing drill and kill and regurgitation of facts, let's just move on. But if they're doing something that is critical thinking and analytic, which is going to help kids improve as they age into adulthood, I'd sure want us to know about what that was. So thank you very much for allowing me to get on the soapbox for a minute.
Ms. Hassett?
I would make one comment because I agree with you completely. I've actually asked Commissioner Morath face-to-face if they had a list of causal relations, potential, not causal, highly correlating reasons, and he said no, you just have to use the efficient schools framework that they have not done an analysis like that. The TEA hasn't. But he has 11 schools that he can target that low SES, high performing according to STAR, and he hasn't done a relationship to find out why.
So what I think I understood you to just say is they did that chart one time? Oh, okay. All right.
For that 2014 meeting or after?
It was about a year ago.
Yeah. I think, Dr. Butter, it's a great point. You know, we struggle with this on a national level. Test scores tend to follow kind of SES trends, but I think what's important here is that, we have three principals in the room. And, at the end of the day, the reason we've come up with these profiles, the reason we've come up with campus improvement plans, the reason we've looked at reading and math now on a third grade level, not just being on grade level, but showing progress over 6 months, depending on where those students are coming from, is because we see you and we see those students, and every child has a name, and we're trying to get to that level of performance. The problem with this accountability system versus the one we've put in place is that it requires that kids on that campus fail. And we shared that, thank you to Ms. Hassett and Dr. Fitzhugh, in 2017 with one of our current House reps and a current Senate candidate. And we need the message to get across to them that this form of assessment is not the way to measure accountability. Assessment and accountability are two different things, which is outlined in our legislative agenda, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Thank you, Board, for those, and Dr. Fitzhugh, thank you for that. I know we'll continue to talk about these things in quite a bit of detail. Okay, the next item is the Denton Central Appraisal District letter. As many people know, we've been engaged in a long discussion that started with some concerns that we had relative to the budget, the new budget, actually, being imposed on the taxing entities across LISD. LISD is 30% of the taxing entity in Denton, the Denton Central Appraisal District. We have a majority, the dominant number of taxpayers, and we have the dominant number of votes on a percentage of those who sit on the board. We have expressed concerns about the budget, but ultimately we have gravitated towards concerns about leadership. This letter that I'm going to read into the record that the board will sign this evening will be sent via certified mail and email, and it will be sent this evening to the DCAD board and the taxing entities so that they have it tomorrow before their meeting, where they'll make some decisions around the budget and some other items. So with that said, let me read it into the record. If after that, this is not an action item, the board will sign this and we will give it to staff to be distributed tonight. Via certified mail and email, Denton Central Appraisal District, attention Board of Directors, 3911 Morris Street, 3911 Morris Street, Denton, Texas, 76201 or 208. To the DCAD Board of Directors, on August 8, 2022, the Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees became the third Denton County taxing entity to disapprove the proposed 2023 DCAD budget. We sent you a letter detailing our concerns with Chief Appraiser Hope McClure and seeking a change in leadership. To date, more than 60% of the DCAD taxing entities have taken action to disapprove the proposed budget, triggering DCAD's obligation to propose an alternative budget within 30 days. Despite clear communication of concerns from LISD and other taxing entities, the DCAD Board of Directors has, to date, provided no response nor communicated any steps that have or will be taken to address the concerns of the taxing entities that fund DCAD. In fact, the DCAD board did not even hold a meeting in August, despite the unprecedented occurrence of dozens of taxing entities voting to disapprove your proposed budget and the leadership of your chief appraiser. As we have communicated, our driving concern is the failure of leadership and lack of assurance things will change. At no point have we communicated any doubt or criticism in the work ethic or commitment of the DCAD staff, nor will we. We refuse to allow blame to be shifted to the employees of DCAD in this matter. We appreciate those employees, we support those employees, and we will continue to fund the good work they do for our taxpayers. Your silence in the face of overwhelming criticism by the entities that fund your operation and elected you to the DCAD board causes us great concern. In the absence of real productive communication from the board, the taxing entities may be back in the same situation as in August, considering a budgetary increase despite inadequate leadership, lack of accountability, and openly hostile or, at the least, dismissive communication from the chief appraiser. We have serious concerns regarding DCAD's use of taxpayer funds to hire yet another law firm, presumably to assist in this matter, rather than engage in any solution-oriented talks with taxing entities. Before you take action to adopt another proposed budget, we demand that you communicate to all taxing entities at a minimum how you will address our concerns with the leadership of the chief appraiser, how you will ensure the increase in DCAD's budget will meet the needs of the taxing entities, and how you will ensure funding from the taxing entities will be used to meet the needs of the taxing entities and your own statutory obligations, and how you will correct the lack of communication and diminished relations and trust with the taxing entities that have resulted from the actions of the chief appraiser. Your primary statutory duties include the hiring and the supervision of the chief appraiser and the adoption of an annual budget. The taxing entities are your sole source of funding. We are your customers, and your failures have a direct, significant impact on our taxpayers. You alone have the authority to solve the problem. We trust that you will take the necessary steps to address our concerns, or at the very least, show the taxing entities that you are in control of DCAD. The LISD board will consider all options available to us under the law should you fail to do so, and we will encourage our fellow taxing entities to follow suit. With appreciation, Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees. I'll pass this around to finish the signatures. That'll be sent out to them tonight, as well as certified email or certified mail tomorrow. And they'll receive that prior to the meeting. In fact, Dr. Rapp and staff will be at the meeting, and we will read that into their public record as well. This is, again, an issue that started as a budget issue. It's turned into a leadership issue, and we're asking that DCAD step up and resolve this. It is an important part of how we establish a budget. It's an important part of the ecosystem regulated by the tax code, and so we look forward to hearing from them after tomorrow. All right, with that said, let me jump ahead. Consideration action of district improvement plan. Dr. Rapp.
Yes, Dr. Miller was unable to be with us this evening. I'm appreciative on her work on the district improvement plan that comes before you tonight. And I would just reiterate, there's a great summary at the front of the district improvement plan about the achievements of our students in multiple ways, and that graduation rate again. So I hope people will take a look at that. You will see student learning updates on the DIP in November, January, February, and June as we monitor the progress of our students on our DIP goals.
Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Taylor.
I move that the board approve the 2022-23 district improvement plan as presented by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Sells. Any discussion? We're going to hold just for a minute. Dr. Bonner left. Otherwise, we need to acknowledge he left the meeting, and we can take a 5-0 vote. Okay, we'll just take a brief hiatus. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Last item is the legislative, consideration approval of the legislative priorities. Do I have a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board approve the legislative priorities for the 88th Texas legislative session as presented.
I have a second. Oh, Ms. Hassett. All right, any discussion? You want? Okay.
I just really want to thank the committee for my ask, which was that we asked for specifics. I like specifics. And I thank you for that. So I'm very pleased with what the committee came up with for the specific asks.
Well, we took it for input from all of you and staff, and I think, stories are the greatest way to influence the legislature. And, we're looking forward to the legislative, the candidate forum. Again, that's August 29th at LHS, hosted by North Texas Commission.
Buy your tickets now.
September 29th. So, buy your tickets now. It will be posted soon on the website, and again, the chambers, our chamber partners are participating in that. This legislative agenda is very thought out, and it will be not a working document, but it'll be the framework and guidance for us, again, really over about 7 or 8 months. And so I expect to see it. We hope candidates pursue it. We expect to talk to other districts about it, including Dr. Rapp's colleagues and our colleagues. And so with that said, is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. The next item on the agenda is to consider a student discipline appeal in addition to deliberate on the detachment and annexation petition. If at any time the board is to hear a matter involving a student, the matter must be heard in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821. We will therefore convene into closed session to confer with legal counsel regarding the detachment after the student hearing and annexation petition pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, as well as hear, consider, and deliberate on the Level 3 student grievance appeal. The time is now 9:06 p.m. Okay, yes. We are now back in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is 10:08 p.m. Ms. Hassett is going to clarify an earlier motion from the meeting.
Yes, I misspoke. I apologize. So I need to correct the language. I move, this is E2A. I move that the board propose termination of the Chapter 21 employment contract of Sherbeth Kakaro.
Second.
I do, Mr. Miller. I move to uphold the Level 2 student discipline decision of administration.
Please, no disruption, please. Next on the agenda is Next on the agenda is to consider and take possible action to adopt findings of fact and resolution regarding the petition for detachment and annexation presented to by J.D. Dodd on petition September 12, 2022. Board, we will now deliberate. Well, we've already done this on the item. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Miller, I move that the board adopt the resolution as discussed in closed session, disapproving the petition for detachment and annexation. The resolution in summary contains the following findings of facts. The petition does not meet the minimum requirements of Section 13.051 in that petitioners have not submitted information necessary to verify that the petition has been signed by a majority of the registered voters residing in the affected territory and does not contain metes and bounds of the territory, and the requested detachment and annexation would have a negative economic impact on Lewisville ISD. Any educational or social impact of the requested detachment and annexation would not be positive or negative to any significant degree and is not sufficient to outweigh the negative economic impact posed to LISD or Lewisville ISD.
Second.
Second, Dr. Bonner. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. This concludes our consideration of the petition for detachment and annexation. If there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 10:11 p.m.
You need to. Well, here's the.